Alrighty, we are back. And apparently the game wants to say something. Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, the next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Welcome to the stream drifting through space. How's it going? Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Yeah, I went through the effort to set the clock. Twice. I did look at the achievements on Steam, but I'm not sure that I'm prepared to...
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was...
I'm not sure I'm prepared to go for the settings here of achievement.
Job was simple.
By changing the settings to every option.
And he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through
in all honesty, I'd probably miss one of them and then miss the achievement and not know why.
And in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day.
Oh, I never noticed this before. He's actually given an amount of time to press.
Others might have considered it soul-rending.
I wonder if he has to be precise with
every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh, and I got the achievement welcome back for starting the game up a second time. And I can still phase through the chair.
All of his co-workers were gone. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort.
There's no point. I already have the achievement. Clicks.
Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Just gotta make sure that this room is still working. It's not. Let's see, where to start today?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. But
I
eager
think
to
I
get
know
back
where
to
I'll
business,
go first.
Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
And it won't let me just go over the railing. Like, if I went over that, I might actually survive the fall. That stuff isn't too far down. I kept theorizing the first time I played this game over how I could make it down there without dying, and like, could I maybe land on one of the trucks or something? But at least in the original it didn't work.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Damn. Still can't drive the forklift.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh,
I still
come
just
on.
want to move down
Did
this
you
hall.
actually think you
but
had
it
a
doesn't
loving
let
wife
me.
who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Oh wow, I don't think that was a thing in the original. I know I definitely would have tried to walk down there, and I don't remember that happening.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
That's not a great way for a story to start when your name is Stanley. Hi there, my darling.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he
Use the
pushes
microwave?
is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
I mean, true enough.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So
Press
he went
K to
further.
spend time
He
with the
imagined that he
boys.
came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
My dear, I think this is goodbye. Moi.
As he wandered through this
Oh,
fantasy
no, there's
world,
one more
he began
step.
to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head,
Dang.
he relived it
Honey.
again, and then again, and
Did
again,
you-
over and
did
over,
you make
wishing
this mess,
beyond
or was
hope
that
that
me?
it would never end, that he might
just-
always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new
Let's
path.
just clean it up.
Mustn't
The
there
blame
be?
doesn't matter.
Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets. The more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this. That in this world, he can never be anything but an observer. That as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself.
I mean, as
He won't
long as
listen
you
to me.
remain
He
anywhere,
won't
you're
stop.
slowly killing
Here,
yourself.
watch this.
Because you're dying.
Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
So yeah, here we are. The funny thing is, I don't even think that this sets the time based on what I give it. Because I gave it 3:45. And that's definitely not anywhere close to what the clock is showing. The clock is showing almost 11:30. Well, anyway, unfortunately nothing else happens until I press the
You
button.
see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
You could give me a mirror.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Quite a classic
Stanley decided to
ending.
go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But of course, we have another path.
Oh, and I guess this is where Stanley felt he needed to be right now, in this little... no, apparently not. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Well, anyway.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Bye.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy.
I still
really,
want
I'm
to try
not.
it.
I realize that
I
investing
know
your
it
trust
doesn't
in someone
work,
else
but
can
I
be
want to
difficult.
try it.
But the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him
Dang
what
it.
to do, Stanley left
I
the
hoped,
platform
but-
and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Like, I still really want there to be an ending where
All
you
of his
go down
co-workers
that
were
way.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Don't worry, we'll get to the new content.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Soon.
this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the... Oh, no, you can't... Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in,
know that
fade
is
to white,
not how
no
that
credits.
happens.
Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Well, I'm not Stan.
I can't believe I was so
That
mistaken.
much I can
This is why
confirm.
you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please
Time for
observe
learning,
this helpful
everyone.
instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if
Okay,
used
sounds
incorrectly,
pretty
can also
interesting
be the
so
most
far.
dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then
Most
provide
people
an
don't
excuse
make
why you
sense, which
cannot
just
continue
further
talking.
enforces
Turn
my
to a partner and
assumption
practice
that
saying,
people are
"My
real."
goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals
See,
recommend
that
making at
is
least 8
dangerous, but
choices
actually
per
if you
day.
pull up on the
Do you make
bottom
more than 8?
jaw
Less?
of an alligator,
And finally,
it can't
if you begin to
open its
wonder if your
jaw
choices are actually
because
meaningful
all of
and
its
whether you'll ever
muscles
make
are
a
designed
significant
for the
contribution to the
closing
world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of
they
space,
have
your
no
thoughts and problems are materially
muscles
insignificant,
to pull.
and the
They
feeling
have
should
very small
subside.
muscles to
At
pull
this
their
time,
mouth open.
your instructor will guide
all
you in an
about pulling the
exercise to
top
test
up.
and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Okay.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Okay, but hear me out. What if I wanted to go down there? I really wish there was still a way to jump off.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Oh my. I want to go through this door though. I don't know what number it is, but I like that number.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever. Reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Anyway, can I go through the door?
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see?
I mean, it was funny.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
Ooh. I'm up among the rafters. I didn't know I could do this.
If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Finally at a hotel so you can watch the stream? Yeah. Glad to have you here. We are busy upsetting the narrator.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would.
Okay,
that
fine.
means
I'll
choosing
behave
responsibly
exactly as
and
Stanley
always
would,
putting the
but only
story
because I know
first.
there's no
I'm quite
path
sure you'll
down
be
that
up to the
right
task.
hallway.
Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I mean, it's still broken.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh, let me in. I can't get into the broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I've blocked off the downstairs option. Nope, I gotta go. I need to use the executive bathroom. Even without the sign, I still know what it is. Besides, with all of my coworkers gone, I am an executive. Oh, is this how we asked
Stepping
me
inside
for
his
Night
manager's
Shark
office,
1,
Stanley was once
151?
again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115. Yes, I'm aware that it doesn't actually work.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall. I'm sorry, is there a problem?
Night Shark
You didn't mishear me,
115.
did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Can you speak the code into the receiver then? I'm shy.
Okay, fine, you're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you,
I imagine
then why
there are
did
at
you
least
come
a
here?
few
You had
mods
a
for this
choice, you know.
game,
You
and
could
I
have gone
imagine
through
at
the
least
door on
one
the
of
right.
them
You
actually
could have done
allows
whatever
you
the
to
hell
speak
you
the
wanted
code.
over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Well, anyway.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make
Hi,
a
Stanley.
choice. I need you to walk through
This
the
is
door.
the end, but
I
the end
need
is
some
never
tea.
the end.
Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me?
Hi, Stanley.
Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there?
I'm up here wandering around above this one-sided ceiling.
You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right.
Sorry, Leroy.
I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do.
Don't worry, I'm not
Take as
Leroy.
much time as you need.
Well, that was fun.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You know what? There's one more thing that I want to do down this path,
When
and then I
Stanley
think
came
we'll
to a
check out
set
more
of
of the
two open
new
doors, this was
content.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley but eager to get back to business,
Stanley, for the
Stanley
first
took the
time,
first open
understood
door on his
happiness.
left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. You know, I wonder, actually.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
So you see, last time I was here, I did in fact walk through the red door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley
How did I
walked
get in
through
here?
the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. Do you see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken
Why did you
rooms,
make the
exposed
game if it
developer
wasn't
textures.
finished?
Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth
Build the whole
ruining the
thing.
entire story I had written out specifically for you?
And yes,
You don't
yes, it
think I
was
put a lot
worth
of
it.
time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing
yes,
so
the
far.
vehicles, like there are
Tell you what,
forklifts all
let me
over
take
the
a
place.
stab in
Let
the
me
dark at a
drive
new
one.
design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
The leaderboard. Did you know that only the 21.3%? Oh, there we go. Why not ask some friends for help? Our friend list is empty. Only 21% of players skipped the intro sequence. Only the worst 3% of players chose the blue door. Anyway.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been
He
working
doesn't
on.
care what
And
you
now
put
would
in
be
for
a
that
lovely
one.
opportunity to give it some play testing.
All right, everyone, noise warning.
Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your
I once
experience.
actually tried to make myself do this, but like I said, noise warning. Yeah, I think I once did this for close to an hour. But I do not have enough attention span to really do this, and I'm too lazy to install a bot to do it for me. Oh, it's getting close. It's gonna get its fingies all toasty. Well, that was a close one. Go on, lick the flames. Alright, I'm not going to keep going with this when I have no intention
You
of doing it.
heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
I should probably watch that ending on stream, though, since I'm not willing
This
to
seems
actually
like
get
it'll work.
it.
Let's give it a shot. Aha!
Oh.
Fascinating. What do you think this
This
game
is
is
a
about,
different
Stanley?
game than the
What's our
one
backstory?
it
What is
used
our
to be.
motivation? But it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your
Fire
peak
Watch
tower,
is the
perhaps
Fire
for some
Watch.
sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
I want to turn off the light. I don't want to waste electricity. It's just a box, isn't it? Nope. Okay, no. Can I go click on the propane? Honestly. Isn't there actually a game that this is based on? 'Cause this looks really nice.
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call.
Hey.
You really wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls.
Show
Something with
easy, like.
nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Okay, but before you do, I want to finish
I
exploring
think this will be just the thing.
Oh, you get to finish exploring.
wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had
Oh
in mind.
my.
Just a nice big
It's
box
Rocket
that you
League.
could run around in.
Oh,
There
no.
isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
I don't know what team I'm on. But I mean, I will play.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so... Hold on. What are you doing?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley.
Oh, I didn't even see that drop. Well, this is an interesting place. Once again, I really wish that I had turned up the brightness when it gave me the chance. Oh, there's a thing. Huh. Like, this is my office. This is 427. It's mine.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice.
Yeah.
And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Should have
Stanley
scored a
decided
few
to go
more
to the
goals
meeting
in
room.
Rocket.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Alright, back to the new content. Except this isn't just the new content. This is the new content.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh my.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
I know I'm a fan and I just want to stand on all the things. I want to jump.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
This is what they have in place of the normal paintings. They've got screens with the images pulled up on them. Oh my. And once again, even in the Stanley Parable 2, there is one path. It's a bird. It's a crow for crows, crows, crows. Just the two of us, we can make it if we try. Just the two of us, just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us, you and I. Meeting at 2 p.m. Oh, I really wish I could tell what that says, but I can't see it. It's too small. 1 + 1 is 2 - 1 is 1 + 1 is 2 - 1 is... Don't talk to me before I've had my sequel. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Boring sections of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. Old and busted. New hotness. They're back. The 2 doors. More the Stanley Parable, better the Stanley Parable. Win, win. You notice how that's 2 wins there. Sequential mind share. The color red. Leverage. Holistic value. Paradigm shift, synergy. Brick and mortar approach. Envelope, client-centric meeting. Ah yes, so many buzzwords. Oh, and that's some good concept art. I like that concept art. That's nice. New mug, 1 and 2. 2. Times New Roman. Road Geek Transport Heavy. Rocket Pop half italic. Orbitron. League Gothic regular. They're picking a font for the 2. See, a lot of these are pretty good. I'd have to say that that top one is probably the best. But this one right here is actually pretty bad because the way that they've shown it makes that B look like a 3, which makes you think that's the Stanley Parable 3. That's just confusing. 2 of the ferns. Still so excited for that fern to be incredibly important in the story. Two Stanleys.
Now, to be
What?
clear,
That's
I haven't
mine.
quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
Taste the sequel.
I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything
interesting
scientific or
tools.
logical, really.
2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 arms, 2 legs. Who took the red marker? Me. 9 scrum, 10 design pitch, 11:30 break, 11:35 pitch design, 12:02 number 2 chat. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2. Crab, the ultimate sequel. I want to play that. More than I want to play the Stanley Parable 2. Give me Crab, the ultimate sequel. Oh my, that's uncomfortable to read. The Stanley Parable is the prequel to the Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable is the prequel to the Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parables. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. Unfortunately, I can't seem to go back here. This way to the show floor. New features. New content. A bus. I didn't say that, but like obviously that is what this is. This is very clearly a bus. What's this saying? I'll be honest, it took me way too long to realize that was just a no food and drink sign. I thought that thing on the right was like an old man with like a man bun and robes. He was carrying a giant ice cream. I was actually quite confused. Oh no, not one. We don't do that. Expo Hall.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Wow. That's a lot. Oh, we got merch. Hang on, let's head to the merch store. I saw the new content. This teacher is the best new feature. The end is never the end again. Oh, and this one just has 2 lines. Infinite hole. Hear your name in the game. Oh my, there is actually quite a bit of new content.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Okay, but I want to press the buttons that were too big and too small. I need to understand how this process really felt. Dang it. The game is so disappointing. Nay, you're yours today. Okay, so I have a feeling that this button is going to say the name of the player that is playing the game.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching
I
your
don't
dreams
think they
crumble into
realized
dust.
how many people
Do you feel it deeply?
played this
Are you
game
really,
because they
truly
saw
Jim
Tony
right
Kevin
now?
play it, and
If
that
so,
is
then please step
why I'm
forward and
here.
press the
So
button.
Jim puts a very specific image in my head.
Jim. Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again. Jim. Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all
Welcome
sense
to
of
the
who
stream,
you
Jop
actually
Jop.
are.
Yeah, we definitely need more Jims playing this game. Sadly, I don't fulfill her requirements. But I was thinking of Jim Pickens, the murderous sim from the Call Me Kevin universe, so I got pretty into that role, not gonna lie.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play it. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
But yeah, welcome to the stream. Oh no. It's terrifying. Surely that thing is going to come to life and try to kill me. Probably succeed if we're honest here. Oh, free achievement. Nice. Oh! I have to get the Settings World Champion achievement to go through that door. Okay, I might actually do that now. I wasn't planning to because I'm lazy, but if there's an achievement for it...
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Yeah, I used all my jumps. I mean, I didn't want to miss the opportunity. You know, you use your jumps or you lose your jumps. Okay, so there's the infinite hole. There's the free achievement. Collectibles. The reassurance bucket. I should definitely track that one down. Oh, there's the exit. Nice. I can confirm I am in fact American. I want the free achievement, but first I'm going to check out the collectibles. Oh my, this is...
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
So there are 6 of these. Do I get access to more than one, or...
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps, it just works.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Can I fix it? Gimme. Dang it.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Not the infinite hole yet, and not the exit yet. I'm sure I can only do one of those at a time.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Happy 12th birthday.
Sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
You know what? Screw you. Jeez, you really just...
Maybe I should have gone with...
You really just did that to spite.
I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Okay, let's check out the reassurance bucket. Got a broom and a whole bunch of duct tape. I know where we can find that. We can find that in the broom closet ending. Did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending is my
Stanley
favorite.
Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley,
It's
anytime
not
you're
there.
holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
Why is it a bucket? Oh,
As long
there's
as
the
you
bucket.
hold onto the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Wait, I can?
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe
got
the
a
bucket
bucket.
lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I'm keeping the bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video
Button
game?
that says chin.
That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Alright. I think the question now. New features, new content, new ideas. Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. Oh, I like that carpet actually. Very snazzy. Red is the new orange. Whole new office. The baby is all grown up. Where's that beeping coming from? So the question is, the exit or the infinite hole? I think I kind of need an infinite hole. The infinite hole is, it's important. Whole entrance, infinity. It just keeps going. Opening, rim, surrounding area, depth, infinite. Time divided by depth. Or time by depth. Time like infinity, space like infinity. If we fall all the way there, we get to hole like infinity.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Well, anyway. Let me guess, it's not quite infinite yet.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
No, I'm alright.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum.
I mean, I could. That's definitely an
Stanley,
option.
I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it
That is
isn't an
not quite
astonishingly
infinite.
deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're
Okay, that's a
unusually
lot of
fascinated
cigarettes.
by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that
I
works
mean,
for
to
you,
be honest, that
then
was
go
pretty
ahead and
dang
press the teleport
finite.
button
Like,
to warp up to the
that
top
was
of the
less
hole and
time
we
than
can
it
move
took
on.
for the baby
I'll just be up
game,
here when you're ready.
which I, didn't do. Well, anyway, Stanley's a hole dweller now. He's gonna be a troll at the bottom of the well. You know, maybe this hole would have been infinite if you hadn't put this covering down here at the bottom. What happens if we remove this? Then is it infinite? Have you thought of that, narrator? Okay.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird...
I hate to
soul.
point it out, but most people like holes to a certain
Did the
to a
hole
certain
seem
extent.
even shorter to you this
Yeah,
time?
definitely
I
shorter.
couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole. I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow, okay, yeah. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there
Finally,
it is.
he's on
Shame
my
of my
side.
lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
Uh-oh.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
Yeah, I'm down. Honestly, this kind of works for me. This is gameplay. Really feel like a gamer right now. I've got my hole and I've got my bucket, which, if you really think about it, is kind of a hole. I mean, the hole is getting deeper, and I can't say that I mind, but, you know, a hole is a hole. I just like looking up because it's the easiest way to see how it's changing. Change your perspective. I don't know, I kind of like this perspective. Hi, Stanley.
My head's stronger.
I'm waiting for it to loop back because I liked Winky earlier. I like the second song best.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer.
I think I must have skipped over it. Okay, this sounds like it might be the first one, so let's go one more. Oh, I like that one. Oh, puppies. Yeah, let me pet the puppies. Hang on. There we go. That's the most puppy that we can get on here. Oh, hang on. That is amazing. Oh, that's terrifying. That's also terrifying. Oh, that's the best one.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
Hey!
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off
Rude.
there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So
Why are you
how
still
about
here?
if I
I
just
thought you
pop in
left.
from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodaloo.
Well, anyway. You gonna start descending again? All right, I got the infinite hole ending. Oh, and it just dropped me back here.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Can I get a second bucket? Wait, except... Hear me out, and I know this is a bit of a wild suggestion, but I kind of want to try the infinite hole again.
Come now. You've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
Excuse me? Let me back in. You're depriving me of a not really that infinite hole. I don't appreciate it. I mean, the thing that I keep thinking is that now that I have the bucket, I might be able to interact with something again. have the epilogue yet? Nope. Folks, we might be at the point where the only thing left to do is head for the exit. And apparently the exit is not at the bottom of the not really infinite hole. Well, Alright, let's see what's past the exit. Hang on, let's make sure I got everything. So, visited the jump circle, found this map, was refused the free achievement. Press the button that says gym several times. I saw the merch and the set. I did not get the settings world champion. Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket, got that right here. Saw the office decorations, there is no epilogue. Checked out the collectibles and the infinite hole. Okay, well, I guess it's time to become the settings world champion. I mean, can't really leave here without doing that. So hang on, let's see. Set all the settings sliders in the menu to all the available numbers.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man.
For a second there, I thought I was getting dialogue just for doing this, but no, it's just that changing the settings. And so it's giving me sample stuff. Did that not work? Do I have to change the settings and exit every time? If so, I'm going to do this at least, I'm going to wind up doing this at least 100 times. Oh, this is going to take a while. Luckily, given a little bit of time, I'll eventually get rid of having to toggle through some of these. Now, if I need to do every possible combination of this, that's not happening. Because that is an incredibly massive number of possible combinations. I can't believe that I'm doing this. Low de... Oh. I wonder if low dexterity mode makes the baby minigame easier. You know what? I'm just gonna take a moment to ruin this for myself. Plasma rifle, Joe's favorite. Play of the game. Windows. You know what? I think I'll go with plasma rifle. And I'll crank up the reticle size. Oh, I'm gonna regret that. Wait, oh, hold up, there are a bunch of sliders that I didn't get access to until I toggled that on. Oh, you're tricky. Okay, hang on. Now, let's see. So I need to toggle all of the things in order to determine what's actually necessary for this. Oh. Sorry, I just want to check something. I'm doing it like this because I figure it might not take it if I just slide it side to side with the mouse. I've got a massive reticle, but 0% opacity. Anyway, I'm gonna put that back up. Settings world champion! Oh, that was amazing. Anyway, I'm putting this down to 50. I'm gonna fix my other settings. these back up. Yes!
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called Bumps.
Hold up. I need to fiddle with the settings. I want the reticle opacity down a bit.
Viscosity. What exactly is bump viscosity? Well,
They will
I haven't
never
quite
set the
figured that
settings
part out
sliders
yet,
every
but I
possible
just
setting.
know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bump viscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Great job, you did it. Okay, but where are the colors that are being marked? Mostly Infinite Hall. Fine, it ended. Now, can I go back to the hole? Okay, I'm actually glad that I did that, though. For no real reason. Like, it was a terrible waste of my time. But, you know, 10 out of 10. Would waste my time again. I love how basically the only thing accomplished by putting the text over it like this is making it harder to read. I expect it could actually work if you made the opacity full on this so that it blacked out everything behind it, but it's not even all of it. And it's saying that's new instead of that's Jim. Yeah, this didn't update. Can't believe they would overlook this. It's an incredibly critical aspect of the game. This is definitely going to get old. That's yours. Alright, let's head to the exit. Like, they really had to make this. They really had to make a glitchy buzzing sound behind that. There was no other option. Alright, everyone, we have thoroughly explored the Stanley Parable 2.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Head to the
Ready
exit.
to move on now?
Give me the briefcase. Well, I guess I can't really carry the briefcase. I'm already holding a bucket. Oh, look at me. Goodness, I'm handsome.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go, version 2.
Do you really have to turn off the lights on me? Like...
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
Oh.
I wanted more than anything to
Hang
create
on,
a sequel
I think he combined the infinite circle.
I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they wouldn't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of...
Hang on.
...of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Sorry, I kind of have to watch this sequence here. Oh, or do the hallways ripple in the Stanley Parable too? That's an interesting new feature. Yeah, those are some very ripply hallways. And it just loops back, doesn't it? Okay, where's the bumposity slider? Or bumpscosity? Gosh dang it, I was promised this. Oh, wait, there it is. Let's put that all the way out.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Oh, look, it's a balloon.
Employee number 427's job was simple.
I'm still mad that he didn't do the balloon that I suggested, but I should have seen it coming.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
Intriguing.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley picked up the bucket.
It's important. Why is there a rope across there? I always cut through there. Now I get to be in the hallway outside room 417 with my bucket.
Stanley took the bucket with him into this little hallway and closed the doors. This was their hideout. No one would ever find them here. Of course, no one would ever find them anyway because everyone was missing. But Stanley chose to ignore this fact and instead focus on how cool the hideout was. Just him and the bucket. Two renegade heroes against the world, inside their secret, undetectable hideout. Here, next to room 417. What a treat.
Why does room 417 not have any balloons?
Ah, no, apparently not. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I mean, I could. I seriously
This was not
could.
the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Hang on, I'm sure there's more dialogue here.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the
I got
only
onto the
place
couch.
the bucket can even feel at home.
Okay, now we can lounge in the employee lounge. Finally.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the
All right,
employee
we're gonna
lounge
take a break here,
shared a
folks.
special connection.
I'm not joking, I'm remarkably comfortable right now and would really like to take a nap even though I slept in this morning. Is it now the bucket's obsession with this room that borders on creepy? Oh my gosh. Guys, I climbed a plant. I don't think you could do this in the Stanley Parable or the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, but here in the Stanley Parable too. It's possible.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
I mean, I could. I really could.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there.
Go to the cargo lift.
Anyway, it says do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion will cause death. I do kind of wonder what had happened.
Good, said the bucket. Now
If
ride
I
the lift
jumped
all the
when
way
it
to the
pauses
top.
here.
There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Ooh, that's interesting. Oh my gosh, wait, that's a collectible. Except I don't know how to get to it. There's gotta be a way.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness. I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay, this is getting good. Is this a bucket?
Now then,
I'm just thinking
I'm going
of
to run you through some
is
test
this a bird
scenarios, and
memes.
you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
I'm gonna
Simply
do
that,
badly
right?
on these
This
tests.
should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket.
What?
Not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
I'm testing this, okay? I will figure out how to fail eventually.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a
I
tractor.
really thought that
and
was
not
going to be a
bucket.
bucket somehow.
To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay,
Don't worry, I'll make you look like an idiot next time I come this way.
Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out.
I'm
I've
pretty
lost
sure
all
that
sense of
didn't change,
perspective. What
even
is a
if I
bucket? What isn't a
changed
bucket? Mere
stances.
moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Am I a bucket?
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
No!
What happened? Is everything gone?
Everything was a bucket!
Wait, was everything a bucket?
Yes!
Every single thing in the game was a bucket. My God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
Give me
oh, this is
back
wonderful news.
my
We're not
bucket.
buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
You
and
better.
we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Always take the bucket, okay? Like, it's important.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him
Sorry,
that
there's
the
a collectible
employee
back
lounge
this way.
was
I
simply
can't
the
just
place to
not
be.
go get it.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Bucket is never
Stanley
wrong.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't
I
buy
don't
that
care,
sort of
I want
happiness,
more.
Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines. But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
See, it's pretty wild here, because, like, not only are there all
Someone
these
was
new
following Stanley.
possibilities,
He
but
was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
like, figurine finders committee meeting today in the meeting room. Good to know.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced
hey,
the
they
bucket.
removed that rope. Thank you.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Like,
Was
there's
this
an
no-
entire extra
Never
set of
mind.
paths now that the
Bucket was
bucket is
wrong.
there.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yeah. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
Said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Dark room. This is fully lit. Oh, there.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa! Hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do
Yes, it
things.
is.
Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the
Yes,
joke? It's
it
funny,
can.
Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Okay, well...
What is comedic timing? What is comedic
The Stanley
timing?
Parable Field
How does it
Guide.
work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes.
What
Let's
is it?
dive deeper.
Yes.
If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time.
J-I-N.
With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all.
How does
Just
one
remember to
triple
let them
over?
stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must
Well,
do
that took a
after us,
turn.
and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Honestly?
Thank goodness this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter.
That made
I think
sense.
the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
I love how it toggled on the setting for important colors to be shown, like to be marked in some way. And there have been no color labels.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
I want to get under the desk.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
You know, if I go left, he won't get to use any of that comedic timing he practiced.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Yeah.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right.
I had to see if there was more commentary.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on?
It's
There
still
were supposed to be
unplugged.
several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar.
Why isn't that Stanley carrying a bucket,
Getting
though?
away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Sorry, Leroy.
Warmth, spread through Stanley's
I got the bucket
eyes.
earlier.
With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
There will be a reward for finding them all. Trust the completionist instinct. Mission status. Inside of a sequel exhibit in a large room, lots of boxes, stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. Nearby a fireplace, a private but smelly place for an important person. Okay, so one's in the executive bathroom, one's probably at the bottom of the stairs, one should be in the boss's office, and I don't know where red and blue could be. Is this some kind of a game? There must be a point to this. Looks like 427. 5. There must be. Just take it from me. Gotta collect them all. Stop kidding yourselves. I want them so much. I want to go home. There will be a cleaning of this wall required. Lies. Who are you? Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless. Weird spinning figurines. What do they want? Our data, stock options, money. Should we make them employees? Maybe. Interns? Yes. Why do they look kind of like 427? Artist rendering. Employee 003. Our quarterly success? Oh, why floating? Magic, our quarterly success. Magnets, training exercise by management, dreams. How many are there? 151, 6, scribble, I think that's 7. More money if sold can we sell them? Obviously, more money if sold together. Do we need contracts for them? Non-disclosure agreement, potential liability. What we know, what we don't know yet, what we forgot, bonus stuff. Saw one in cargo room. Employee 421 building a bridge. Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the frick up.
To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambiances or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional mic, a microphone which picks up sound from a particular area. Analysis of the recordings allow me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows that, in all likelihood, it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be reverberance off of a porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads on this?
Wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy? Source of levitation. To do profits, business, money, statistics. Where are they? Do not leave the office before reporting back on any new findings. Teamwork and communication are of great importance during this unprecedented time of investigation. Thank you. Yes, I should get the broom closet ending with the bucket. Everything's just better with the bucket. How can we find them? Bottom text. Yes, I felt like I needed the help aiming.
What we know. Small floating objects have appeared around the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo from management. How can you tell you spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Fig leaves are hard to find. Follow clues provided by employee 416. We can do it. Red room? Alright, let's give it a shot.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet.
I think the broom got
That's
taller.
what the broom closet is
I
trying
used
to
be
say
able
here.
to get
It's
this whole
supposed to
thing
go
in
with
my
the other
field of
cleaning
view.
supplies.
Oh wait, hang on. I just realized.
Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in.
I adjusted
Don't
the
hand
field of
over the
view.
bucket.
Yes, I had to
I
get
know
settings
how hard it
world
must
champion.
be, given the pressure that
Once
the
I
broom closet
realized
is putting
that
on your
there
shoulders
was
right now, but you have to be strong.
a
This is your
room that
bucket.
it
This
got
is
me
your
into.
companion and lifelong friend. Can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved
For
over
real.
the years. Let him have it.
One of these days I'll finally get around to playing Portal.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Proper.
There. Now it's settled.
But the
No more
bucket is my
debate.
friend.
No
I
more
don't just
discussion.
want to own
Take
it.
a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right,
Feel
I've got a
kind
second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding
Look, we
is a
don't
bucket or
question
not,
this, okay?
you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, "Ah, it's a bucket." There really is
He
a
probably
wide
took it
variety
off of
applications
something
for
that
this
was
sticker.
property of Stanley. Oh, that's a very bright label at the moment.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Will he see me outside, though? I could prove him wrong. I could exit the game right now, and he would never see me outside this room again. Just saying. Dang it.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another
Stanlerine.
Stanlerine under your belt.
Let's go. We got another Stanley.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley
Nope, they're
figurines. And now I'm
Stanlerines.
torn between Stanlerines and Figlies.
Stanlerine is
What
objectively
name
better.
better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Well, at least now there's a purpose for the executive bathroom. Yeah, Stanlerine is the better option. Like, there isn't even a question here. I mean, there's that. But here's the thing. Exactly. Stand. Getting bored now. I just gotta see if there are new things in this elevator now that I've got my bucket. Hang on, I gotta check something. Let's see here, just real quick.
This is a bucket.
Dear God.
There's more.
No.
said bucket.
Dear God.
Scout, seduce me.
You bet.
Excellent. Seduce me.
Dear God.
Gentlemen, synchronize your bucket.
No.
There's more.
Dear God.
Scout, seduce me! Go away.
Hey there. I got a bucket of chicken.
Alright, well, anyway. Not just any Team Fortress, it was a Team Fortress video that involved a bucket. It felt appropriate.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, but now where's the figurine? Because I know there's one back here. This is the only fireplace. It's gotta be here somewhere. It's a dark space behind a fireplace. Yes!
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all.
New content.
You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can. The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he
the bucket is unironically the best thing that this game has added.
Everything will be fine.
Did he really
Wait,
expect
Stanley
anything
said to
else?
the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Okay, I guess we're gonna press the number 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket.
The reassurance bucket
remained silent.
reassures all
This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
I mean, I can hit the 8 button too.
Eight.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing. Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator.
I gotta be honest, on second thought, Figley isn't that bad.
There must be a way to get
like,
through
it's just
to the
not
bucket,
as good
to
as
communicate fully
Stanley,
with his dear friend.
like,
Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
If Stan Loreen wasn't there as an option, I wouldn't mind Figley being the way to go. It's just, I don't
know. Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
And there's the little rat on the chair. And there's the orb. Three.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Remember, congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. 3. Yes, that's the magic number. Yes, it is. A shockingly three-dimensional character. Thurston Tribert III. 3-star magazine. Gave 3 stars. I'm assuming that's pretty good. 3 again. 3 again. Stanley Parable 3 confirmed? I think it must be. Oh, and hey, we've even got boxes of our first book to pass out.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Well, this is different, I think.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I want to go
This
pick
was
up
not
the
the
phone.
direct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
It's still astounding that there
Good,
not a
said the
way
bucket.
down to
Now
there.
ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Oh!
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
Wait, I
It
didn't
should have
see
alarmed
that.
him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
That's an opening.
But Stanley chose not to think
Okay,
about this
well, we'll have
obvious
to go
fact.
there.
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket. This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Sorry, just making sure there are no random openings or anything. Oh, there's a suitcase again. Wait, where's the bucket though? Where's the bucket? Jazz music. Do you like jazz?
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Let me click the computer.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
I need a hug. Smile, best worker. Oh, this is a very... In some ways, this is a very depressing part.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
That is not
That's
true.
it.
You can
It
carry
doesn't
solids
do
in
anything
buckets
else.
as well. Don't listen to the loud man. Press K for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is this awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press F to ignore anyone in your life except for me. Done.
Sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just
Hey,
going
I was
cling
able
to
to
this
turn it
bucket,
off.
this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
I mean, look at that. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press N to go back home. The narrator is totally
Yes, I
gonna
suppose
try
on
and steal the
closer
bucket.
inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount
Where's
of
my
water
bucket?
from one room to another.
Oh, thank goodness. Let's take a minute and watch TV.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press Y to go home, to work, to home, to work, to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. The bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing.
This is getting
Yes.
steamy.
The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it.
No.
Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Welcome to the stream, be marching. The narrator just killed me for my bucket. Wait, but I can't... Fine. Welcome to the stream, Lastborn.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait, I want to try something.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Now that I have my bucket.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Yes,
Whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
we've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
Oh.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket?
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Oh.
My God, Stanley, you did it.
No!
You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Poor bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Honestly, there's no point in getting...
today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled.
There's no point in ever getting the heaven ending again because I can't get... It's not heaven without my bucket. Okay, that was quite intense though, so let's take a moment and just...
Stanley took the bucket with him into this little hallway and closed the
with my
doors.
bucket.
This was their hideout. No one would ever find them here. Of course, no one would ever find them anyway because everyone was missing. But Stanley chose to ignore this fact and instead focus on how cool the hideout was. Just him and the bucket, two renegade heroes against the world, inside their secret, undetectable hideout, here, next to room 417. What a treat. Ah, no, apparently not. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
We can chill on the plant.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
I'm so confused. Help, help, the striped shirt savage is tearing off my arm. Ow. Beware the referee of pain. This isn't public domain, baby. Chapter 1, in which we are introduced to Winnie the Pooh and some bees, and the story begins. Here is Edward Bear coming downstairs now, bump, 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 on the back of his head behind Christopher Robin. It is, as far as he knows, the only way of coming downstairs, but sometimes he feels that there really is another way if only he could stop bumping for a moment and think of it. Then he feels that perhaps there isn't. Anyhow, here he is at the bottom, and ready to be introduced to you, Winnie the Pooh. When I first heard his name, I said just as you are going to say, but I thought he was a boy. So did I, said Christopher Robin. Then you can't call him Winnie. I don't. But you said he's Winnie the Pooh. Don't you know what "there" means? He's Winnie the Pooh. Don't you know what "there" means? Alright, we just got a page of Winnie the Pooh. Honestly, I unironically feel like that was an indication of some of the humor that led to this game. Employee 432 observation report. Day 3208. Asked for pencil, pencil not provided. Day 3209. Asked for pencil, pencil not provided. Day 3210. Began to speak rapidly, somewhat incoherently. I must keep the wheel turning. I must keep the wheel turning. It must go on forever. Repeated variants of these phrases for several hours. Day 3211. Continued speaking as before. Day 3212. Employee is missing. Cannot be located. Search effort underway. Day 3213. Still unable to locate employee. $500 tons of raw copying power. The day of ink, it is known in the annals, for scarcely has a day seen so much wanton ink shed. A baleful sun rose upon the printer camps, when at once 2,000 photocopier cavalry emerged from the mists. Printers had believed them still a week away, and yet here they were with fury in their hearts. The heavy cavalry was followed by 10,000 foot copiers. It is said the fields were multicolored with ink for years after that day of horror. To this day, some locals report hearing the ghastly sound of printer errors upon the old battlefield. Ink is printer blood. That means every time you print a document, it is written in blood. Think on that. Printing is a blood sport. Vegans shouldn't print. Printers are alive. Oh, a message from the printer. Hello. Printers get a lot of stick for not being as simple as they were in the early noughties. They get a lot of hate for refusing to print when only one of the ink cartridges is empty. Do you think that's their call? They didn't design yourselves. Educate yourself before you cast shade. Ooh. I don't suppose there's a Stanley in here. I know there's not. The last one is in a red and blue room that I don't know the location of.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels
Is
real
this 432?
anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. Still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can
monetize it.
I can monetize it.
Yes.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
So that's the tape recorder ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to
So
go to the
hang on,
meeting
where
room.
is
Perhaps he
432?
had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard
There he
Stanley
is.
looked, he couldn't find a trace of
This
his
is where
co-workers.
432 was.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I'm trying to think if there are any other endings out this way. I don't think there are.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh no.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
Not
It's
giving
this
up the
you're
bucket.
carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans
the
want
Broom
from a
Closet
sequel.
is
They
pretty
want
good.
more of their favorite
Fern?
jokes, not this bucket
You too,
that they've never
Fern?
seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
I never liked you. Broom closet, give it to me straight. Why are you doing this? Just because you're jealous of my bucket? Guess what? Now I can climb up on this thing. Now I can see onto your higher shelves. Not the top one, but most of them. Honestly, Stanley is a pretty short person, if you think about it. This is head height, and that's the door handle. So he's got to be max like 5 foot tall. Probably a bit less. You know what, Adventure Line? You got some explaining.
Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Don't think that this music will get you into my good books. I mean, I like it. I'm not gonna lie there, but I still don't appreciate that you're trying to come between me and my bucket.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about.
Cannot
Don't you remember
come
all those
between me
great
and
jokes from
my
the original
bucket.
dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
It's not happening.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce
Never
a brand
happening.
new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Never.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay,
No.
The Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Never. How dare you try to make me destroy the buckets?
Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Okay, now
All of his
after
co-workers were
stating
gone.
vehemently
What could it
that
mean?
I would never destroy
Stanley
my
decided
bucket,
to go
let's
to the
go
meeting
follow
room.
that line
Perhaps he
again
had
and
simply
destroy
missed
my
a memo.
bucket.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket
Watch
was
as the
wrong.
game just permanently
Stanley
shuts
took the door on
down
his
as
left
soon as
to
I
go back, and
as
so the
soon as
two
I
of them
feed the
detoured
bucket
through the
destroyer
maintenance
the
section
bucket.
and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Truthfully, I don't think that one bucket is enough to slake the bucket destroyer's
Oh, good
bloodlust.
Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's
Pencil
what
sharpener,
fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it.
Push
Don't you want
the
another
baby
story involving
to
the
the
Adventure Line?
fire.
We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
I need to
Now,
see what
this
this
is what the
ending
Stanley
is.
Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original
I
dialogue?
have to
Also,
know.
Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley.
Can I get locked
Say
out
goodbye to
here?
the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure,
I am,
can hear
however,
you
going
say,
to let it
how does
build
a
up
character
again
with only
because I
one
think it's
personality
going to be
trait
interesting.
deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
I literally couldn't do it. It wasn't letting me. You try to do it and it actually just has you hold it closer to your chest. And you know what?
Destroyer. My
I'm good with
prized
this.
creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had... The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
There's another
Stanley
path
had
that I
felt
want
the
to
bucket
explore
calling
here.
to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not
Now, we are
question why or
backtracking
how
a
this
little
bucket
bit,
was speaking to
but I
him.
want to
It
take
should
a
have
path
alarmed him,
that I
of course,
didn't
because
take
buckets
last
can't
time.
talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't
Okay,
talking
so we do have to
you
learn
and telling
about
you to do
comedic timing
things.
again,
Buckets
but, you
can't
know, I
talk.
feel
It was
like
a
we could
joke.
all use
Don't
the
you get the
review.
joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
I love how after
it's
all of
sitting
this
right
I
here.
still
Let's
haven't
take a
gotten the
look.
beat the game achievement.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your
I'll
name.
be honest, I still
Next,
kind of question
provide a brief
the
synopsis
arm
of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice,
I'm Dunny with
the funny.
funny.
Let's practice screaming, I'm Dunny with the funny now.
I just did.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Do not reprint or redistribute.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the
I love how that
fundamentals of proper
implies
comedic
that,
timing are still as relevant
like,
today as they were back
the
then.
12-legged
So with that in
invaders
mind,
from
I believe
another
the
world,
only way forward is for us to return to the two doors
or in the
and walk
past
through
of
all of this
Stanley's
again,
world.
so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
For some reason, in my head, there's a bit of a question happening. Whether I actually do have a path here that I haven't already gone down.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No, what's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this.
Never mind, I had already gotten
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
somewhere both red and blue. I still don't really know where that is.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I got a collectible back here. Oh, and there's the note with the two cats on a motorcycle.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk?
You know, interestingly, that content warning could be a speedrunning strategy if you were trying to get all endings.
Something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked up.
That said, I thought it might have some funny options.
With the bucket
I
in
don't
his
actually
arms.
want to
Am I
skip
crazy?
anything.
He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort.
Oh.
And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday
But it says property of Stanley. It has the sticker right there.
How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly
No.
wrong. Surely no good would come from this.
No.
Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. Now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
I need to find my bucket.
Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me,
Where's my
Stanley.
bucket?
Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly
But then I have to get the bucket out.
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
It's incredibly
This is a story
uncomfortable.
of a woman named
And there's
Mariella.
Mariella.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket.
I
Of
did, though.
course, he'd gone
I
mad,
had a bucket.
ranting and raving about a narrator describing
had
all of
a
his actions
bucket.
and how everything is
But I
predetermined
lost
and
the
free
bucket.
will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Oh, the fact that I have that massive pointer just makes everything better. Give me
It
the
takes a
bucket.
lot of humility to carry a bucket so much. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no
Hang on, we're
remaining
gonna hang
stickers.
out here for
If
a
I
minute
did,
just
you
to
can
make
guarantee
sure.
we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
There isn't any more dialogue that I skipped by leaving this room too fast. Let me climb up on here. It's kind of like climbing on a bucket in a way. Give it a minute. Okay, I guess there isn't anything more to do in there.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Bucket, do you trust me? Thanks. I trust you too.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
Don't say that. I would never think such things about the bucket.
To embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is
You're
what
about to
Stanley
be crushed to death. A sense of ease is just about the best thing you
so
can
much
have.
time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket. Wait, where's my bucket? Give back my bucket. That's it. You took my bucket from me. When I'm done with you, you'll have nothing left. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket
25
like this and to
buckets.
claim it for his
A
own?
photograph of
Can you see the
25 buckets,
hubris
the
that
greatest
blinded
number of
him?
buckets ever
Can you
captured
see
on
that the
camera.
bucket is
The
far more
photographer
noble
experienced a
than Stanley will
catatonic
ever
shock
be in
for
his
several
short
weeks
life.
as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. I am semi-confident that this is in fact more than 25 buckets, unless not all of these are buckets. A bucket with 2 handles. This bucket is depicted with 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. There's a chair. Can I climb on the chair? I can climb on the chair. I climbed on the chair, guys. It's the little things in life, you know? Inferno Bucket. A replica of the Inferno Bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. Amazing things they did with buckets. Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts an early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. I love how this just turned into a bucket cult.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. Hang on, I'll be back up here. It's just there are exhibits that I haven't visited yet. The stress bucket and analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. Vulnerability equals size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies are holes. Rest, relaxation, doing something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation. Stress equals the level of water in the bucket. The stress bucket, presented without commentary. Oh, wow, it would have been a lot easier just to go here first. Anyway, we climbed up on another chair. It seems clear what I must do. I must take the hanging bucket and see if it knows where my bucket is. I think I
But
did.
there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
I can respect that ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply... Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate. Assertive, yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. And this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number of the keypad was 2845.
It's a pity that I don't know that. Honestly, it would be a pretty interesting thing to know in the grand scheme of things.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Yeah.
2845.
I'm just chilling on the couch here because I don't know, and frankly, I don't think there's any point in trying.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was...
We're not actually going down the hole. I just want to walk all the way there before turning back.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Bucket, let's go a different way this time. We will have to wrap up pretty soon because I have... Well, because the gym closes early tonight. And because I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. I'm not sure how much more of this game there is.
Of it and realized they simply had too much to live for. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
You know what? Here we go.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly
I'm
onto
guessing
the bucket,
that there
which safely
are
cushioned his
more
fall.
new endings
Now,
if I
what
don't
to do
take
next,
the bucket.
Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way
I
out of
wanna
this
test
enormous
that out.
pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to
But
do
I'm going to
would
have
be to
I'm going to
simply
try
get
to have
comfortable
another
down
game
here.
lined up as well.
So they set up a little couch and relaxed.
Oh.
It really wasn't so bad
That's
down here,
nice.
a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact,
It's just
after
kinda
some
wholesome.
time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed.
A lot of endings happen in holes in the ground.
But it's where we happen to be.
Just throwing
and
that
maybe
in there.
possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe
But yeah,
this will
we'll test
become
out
ending
some
eventually.
possibilities to see if there are
It's
new
what the bucket
endings
was
when
telling
I don't pick up the bucket.
The two of them waited for a very long time.
And we'll pick up some of the endings that we never did. And I'll try to have another game I'll try to have my next game for streaming figured out by then. But I think... You know what?
How
We're
long
gonna
was I
do one
sitting
more
there?
thing.
Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
I'm going to test something out. I'm going to forego the bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
So yeah, I still have access to some of this stuff even without the bucket.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it.
Yes,
let me
in
prove
a place
that
that's
I'm-
both
and there it
red
is,
and blue.
The last Stiggly Wiggly.
Okay,
Service
that name is
Stanley.
alright.
This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
I like this room. This is a nice room.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
I mean, let's be honest, this is a nice room. It's quite blurry, but... I don't mind blurry that much. Is that all gonna coalesce? I feel like it should coalesce and the hole should fill in, but I can't really be sure.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, no! Oh, no. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
As I've explained before.
Correctly?
I like this game, but I am willing to kill myself to keep you from being happy.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Weirdly enough, this is one of the few timelines where you have to make the choice for it to end.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Now, one more thing, because I'm worried that some stuff will unload if I exit the game. Oh! Huh.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figlets. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Is this empty?
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that.
Oh my gosh, look at this. That was Stan Lorraine number 7 out of 6. Okay, I'm standing on nothing here. For goodness sake, that's just lazy. Give me a floor.
And here was a second Stan Lorraine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Guys, I really want to jump. I really want to jump here. I could do it. I'm doing it. It's not letting me. Invisible walls. No. I wanted to ruin this ending.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
That Figley was a lie. We were never in a pink room like this.
this was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh, this is good. That's why the narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Always go through the blue door.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
The Stanley ending.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Stanley. They are Stanleys. just like to randomly click as I'm walking around sometimes in this game.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more memories.
I can't do any more jumping in the jump circle.
Oh, yes, the 2 doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office.
With the
Is there anything
intangible
else?
chair.
Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be strong.
We're getting abandoned by the narrator.
I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling this story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
The end is never the end, it's never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Ah, Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need. Stanley clutched the bucket.
We're still
tightly
within
to
the
his chest
same
and
loop,
entered the
otherwise I
door
would be
there.
finishing.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured.
I actually want to see what the meeting room is like now that I've got
door.
more of the Stanlerines.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Poor panda.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, this should have been another loop.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket.
Another
Can we
part
go
of
back
the
up?
same ending.
When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I
I'm
want
going
to
to
go
see
back
if
so
I can go
try
back
pressing
down
the number
without
3
pressing
again.
the number 3.
The bucket said nothing. Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again? Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
You know what? We'll go through with it.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
That's 427. And at the bottom, that's 432. It's us.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly. silly birds. The control
Silly
buttons
birds.
became active again.
Initiating silly bird sequence. Born to data. Tracking them all. I am trash, man. Planet Bird Earth. Displayed bird range that number to that number. Data files. Awaiting bird button input. Silly birds.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Owls! Burrowing owls. That was definitely the best way to finish this up. Alright, everyone. We're gonna call it there for today. I think we will play more of this on Monday because, well, honestly, I want more and I think there is more. But in the meantime, thanks for watching. Yeah, it's been fun. Thanks for chatting and lurking as you have. Appreciate y'all, and I hope to see you next time. Later, folks.